Let me know if you guys can hear and see everything okay. What's up, Purge? I just got to run to the garage to grab the crypto miner and I'm going to start disassembling it. But just give me a minute. Let me know if the audio and the visual is pretty good. All right, I'll be right back. I'm just going to run to the garage. I don't know if you guys can still hear me. I'm in the garage. I'm wearing my wireless mic, but it's pretty noisy in here. My crypto mining garage. Probably got to wait a few minutes for this machine to cool down. It's super hot. Whoa. So I had the company send out some more fans to add to these miners. Whew. It's toasty. Oh, there we go. This thing is hot. What's going on, Dane? What's going on, Uno Nice? What's going on, Diamond Dave? Could you guys hear me in the garage? Could you hear how noisy it was? I think I have noise reduction on, but yeah. Oh, that's crazy. So the wireless mic works with me walking all the way from the receiver into the garage. So this here is here, let me kind of move the camera a little bit. I'm kind of in my kitchen. So this is the Flu miner. This is a Dogecoin and Litecoin crypto miner. It's one of the latest ones. It's one of the newer companies. They're pretty good, but it's like the first batch that they sent out. Oh, that's dope. Okay, so the first batch they sent out, they, I guess, didn't install some of the fans, so they had to mail some more fans out. So we got to take it apart, and then we got to install some fans, and it's super ghetto. So I hit up the company, and they were like, oh, you know, just zip tie the fans. And I was like, that's pretty ghetto. So first off, when you're working on any kind of anything that has screws or small metal parts, this is crucial. See, it's magnetic. It's a magnetic bowl. So it will keep all of your screws, your nuts, your bolts all together. So this thing looks like a computer. I mean, it is a computer, but it has the sole purpose of mining cryptocurrency. Move this up so you guys can see a little bit better. So I'll explain the parts once I get it open. If you guys have any questions, let me know. Am I too loud? Am I good? Is the lighting okay? I don't usually do live streams like this, but I've been I just want to go live and not worry about anything, so I just threw up everything quickly and wanted to come out and hang out with you guys. I had to work on a couple of these machines anyways, so I figured. See, comes off like a computer case. And then on the inside here, oh, it's really raining outside. Holy moly. That's nuts. Okay, did not expect that coming. So all the screws are there, so I'm going to put this aside for now. So you can see, I'll lift this up so you guys can get a better look. But it's pretty much like a computer tower. Let me see if I can angle this a little bit better. This camera, nope, wants to keep falling down. That's cool. All right, well, that looks like it's the best I'm going to get it. So this is a giant heat sink. All this here is a giant heat sink. And then here, I'll have to turn this around a bit, but you can see that there's fans installed in here. Hopefully you can see that. But there's also a fan cage in the front here. See this little gap here? And it has a magnetic mesh to keep the dust out, right? But there's no fans here. So they sent out the fans for me to install after I got the machine, which is, yes, a little ghetto. So the pictures they sent me for the install was them installing with zip ties, because once you take this mesh out, sorry if I'm not keeping up with the chat, because the laptop's over there on a chair, and I'm gonna go rinse this out. It's like raining sideways out there. That's crazy. Wow. That's impressive. That is really impressive. Okay, so, all right. Let me see what the chat's saying for a second here. Zip tying is a little ghetto. You have so many machines running. Oh my God, how high is your utility bill? Yeah, utility bill is high, but you have to understand, I'm a huge believer in turning liabilities into assets. So my electrical bill is high, but I make more from my electrical bill than it costs me. And what I make in it is an appreciating asset and not a depreciating asset. So there's that. A little more light would be nice, but other than that, the live stream's perfect. I got a little bit of solar diamond, Dave, not enough to run crypto miners. Let me see if I can adjust the light at all. I don't know if I can. Nope, that's field of view. That doesn't do anything. That's not it. Where is my brightness? Give me a second here. I'm trying to, like I said, I don't usually live stream like this. I'm using an action camera. Usually I live stream from like a webcam or something. So this might just be what we're dealing with. I'm sorry. Okay. So from the pictures they sent me, they put these fans, right? So these fans like this, and they literally just threw them in here and they zip tied them to this pole, right? Which is, I mean, super ghetto. I can probably try. And the problem when, okay, so I've done one of these machines already. And if you do zip tie them to the inside of this rail, then you can't use the metal mesh anymore because the zip ties can't go through unless you cut the metal mesh. So I'm going to try to see today if I can kind of squeeze them inside this space here. And I'm not going to use zip ties at all. What I used in the first machine that I worked on was this 3M heavy duty double-sided tape. Now this can hold up to 35 pounds per inch. And these fans are, I don't know, like a quarter of a pound. They're not that heavy, right? So the first machine I did, I installed it, made sure that it was good and that it held together, and yeah, it looks fine. So I'm probably going to do the same thing with this one. The only problem is it's a lot easier to put the double-sided tape on this side versus getting the double-sided tape on this side. So I'm going to see how it works and if I can actually get it in. I have to put certain fans in certain order because they all have different lengths in regards to the cable, right? So we're going to see what this looks like and which fan goes where. So this is the top one, and I can tell by the length of the cable, right? And then it clips in. You can't really see it. It's kind of out of frame. If I could twist this in here. Hold on. I think I know what the problem is here. Maybe if I turn it like that. No. I'm trying here, guys. I'm trying here. All right. So now if we turn it like that, all right, you can see probably a little bit better. So it has 3 fans in the back purge. Back here, it's got 3 fans, and then I'm putting 3 fans in the front. So you're going to have intake fans and exhaust fans. What's going on, Crypto Mikkel? Yeah. All right. So let me see here. Which one's which? All right. So this fan goes in the bottom. And I just got to double check to make sure that the fans are going to be going in the right direction. Camera looks a little off center. I don't know. I'm trying my best here, guys. It's a little ghetto, I know. I'm using one of those like gorilla arms on an action camera, and it's strapped to a light pole. So I mean, the lighting shouldn't be too terrible, but it's an old action camera. So hold on, give me 1 second here. Wow, it's really raining out there. That's crazy. Okay, so yeah. All right, cool. So yeah, all right. I know what I'm doing. So this one is longer than that one, and it is longer than this one. So this goes on the bottom, but goes this way. So I'll probably have to run the cable first, and then we got to see if we can pry this into here, which is, and these things are sharp. Takes no time at all to really cut yourself on these bars. So you got to be super careful, but it's almost like you got to pry it, and it doesn't feel that safe, to be honest. And that's why I kind of feel like I want to just shove them on this side and just call it a day. Because, you know, the first one I did nick myself on. Actually, my girl, she was helping me. She slid her finger on it because she was I was prying it open and she was sliding the fan in on the other one. And then when I saw her do that, I was like, you know what? I'm not even going to mess with it. So I think I'm just going to throw up double-sided tape right here and just call it a day. I do have a small tripod, but I don't know where it is right now. I'm not sure where my tripod is. I have if you guys don't like that angle, I mean, I have my chest mount, so I can put on my chest mount, and then you can get a view like that. But this angle is not too bad. Oh, I do have. Oh, there's two tripods right here, like literally. That's crazy. It kind of takes up some room on. Look, I have a tripod right here. So here, let me see if I can move the camera. I'll put it on the tripod so it's a little bit better, and then we'll go from there. Give me 1 second. Let me try to get this thing off. And then we'll throw it on the tripod. All right. Let's get this thing on the tripod. All right. Now we're on a tripod. Is that better? Whoa. Whoa. I don't know if that's better or if it's worse. Maybe if I change the field of view. Is that better? You want a wider field of view like that? Let's see. Yeah, most of my equipment is in my camper van now. It is, honestly. That's better. So you're saying do the wide angle with the tripod? All right, cool. That's dope. We'll do that. I'll move it back a little bit. And there we go. All right. So what I'm probably going to end up doing is throwing some double-sided tape and just going to stand them up right along the back there. And then we'll get them plugged in and we'll get the fan connected back again. I've been talking about going away. Oh, I'm putting them in backwards already. I just want to see the height of them. So they're going to go, I think I'm going to put them like this. Yeah, I think I'm going to put them like that. Let's see. Now, once it's hooked up, how much programming do you have to do in order to get it running? Nah, like it's literally entering 3 lines and then you're good to go. You enter your pool address, you enter your username and your password, and then it's off to the races. So these things are stupid simple. I can probably show you guys once I get it set up. I'll go plug it in and I can switch to I'm just seeing if it works better if I do it like this. Let me see. Just trying to fish the cable a little bit better. Oh, it'll be better if I do it the other way. Yeah, crypto mining is it's not as complicated as people really make it seem, and it's gotten a lot easier over time, to be honest. You know, when people first got into it, it seemed a lot more complicated. There was a lot more roadblocks, and sorry, I'm just trying to work these cables. I don't want to break them, but I'm trying to fish them through. So I'll show you guys. It's got like a little piece here. So like on the other side, it's got a little piece right here where I can fish it through so that it keeps the wires out of the way when I stack the fans on top of each other. So like when I first started crypto mining, I first started with graphics cards, and graphics cards, you know, you're always looking for the most profitable crypto to be mining on them, because graphics cards, you can mine what's called proof of work coins, and they can change, and you change those with the software. Now, this machine in front of you is what's called an ASIC, which is an application specific integrated computer, I believe. I think that's what ASIC stands for. But it's basically, its software is like permanent, right? So like it's not meant to be mining a whole bunch of different coins. However, if the coins are made on that algorithm, then it can mine those coins, right? So like for instance, Litecoin and Dogecoin are both on the script algorithm. Okay, I don't even think I want to fight with this anymore. This is not fun times. Okay, we're just gonna do that. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. All right, so I just want to see what it looks like when I put them here. So we're probably gonna put it like that. This one would go next, and it's gonna look like that. If you got a call, babe, just let me know and I'll mute myself. And then this one will go. Oh, I think I did that backwards. Yeah, so you got to be very careful that you're picking the right ones, because the wire length is specific to the order that they go in. So, yeah. And then this one will go like so, like this. So we're going to put them like that. That looks good. And then you can see if I tilt this up a little higher, probably the cables will be clipping into these spots here, if you can see them right there. So there's 3 spots. There's 1, 2, 3, and the other fans from this side are clipped into that side there too. All right, so basically all I'm doing is I'm gonna throw some double-sided tape on, and then we're gonna call it a day. Get this thing back up, put it back in the shop, and get it hashing again, making me some money. I've seen some people use the zip ties, and I'm not a huge fan of them, just because even if you zip tie it, you can't zip tie both sides, because this side there's nothing to get around. So you would have to use the double-sided tape anyways. So I went and I bought like industrial double-sided tape that can hold like a crazy amount of weight, and I think that I'll just be good there. Chaotic traits? Did you change your name? Because that name does not sound familiar to me, and you're calling me Canadian Jesus, so it sounds like you're from the Cody community. What was your name before? Oh, it's Plate. That makes sense. That makes sense, Plate. I'm just hanging out, working on some of these machines, just kind of dicking around today. It's really gloomy and kind of humid, and I had to get some of this work done anyways, and I went to test out this live stream. Um, I'm using my laptop and I'm using a wireless microphone. And earlier in the stream, I went all the way into my garage with my wireless microphone, and it worked great. So it was good to see. Like if this works, I might even do like live streams driving like this, because I can set up, the camera on the car and set up the wireless microphone and put the laptop in the back and then go for it. And that's crazy, right? Like I've been using this camera for a few years to film some stuff, and this is an Osmo Action 3. So this is a DJI Osmo, and I think they're up to 5 or 6 now. So this is pretty old. Like when I bought this, they said, yeah, we're going to give you 10-bit, but like not for a few years. So it's like you bought it hoping that you were going to get 10-bit, and then it finally came out, but it lacks some features that I really like. So eventually I'd like to upgrade, but I'm not super, gung ho about doing all that stuff. To be honest, my main focus right now is getting the camper van all done, because you guys know the last one caught on fire. This one's almost done. I have one more project to be completed at the end of the month. And then I'm hoping that the missus and I get to go away for 2 months. And she's like month and a half, and I'm like 2. So we'll see. We'll see if I can get away. Find ways to make gas money along the way. Put some gas in the camper and just keep driving, All right, so the first one is going to be, let's see. First one is going to be this one, and we're going to put it like this. So yeah, so it is pretty good quality, but it's an older camera, and honestly, the quality is the reason I haven't really upgraded it. So they have much better cameras now, but I actually have a professional photography, like overhead light kind of deal going on right now above it. So maybe that's helping the quality a bit. I need scissors. Hold on a second here. Scissors. Can never find scissors. All right, so what kind of music? I'm still going to call you Plate. What kind of music you started recording, Plate? Paper plate? So I'm just going to do it like that. Country rap rock. That's cool. That's cool. So you can see there's the double-sided tape. And just going to make sure that it's nice and secure on there. So I'm just going to kind of push it in there. I haven't removed the back steel from it yet. I'm just making sure it's nice and flat. What's that? Were you outside? Yeah. That rain was nuts, and now it's all sunshines? Mm-hmm. That's crazy. What are you guys up to today? You at work, Purge? Is Purge still here? Peeling these things always drive me nuts. It probably takes me the longest just to peel these. There we go. I think I got a corner. All right. There we go. Got a corner done. All right. So now we got to make sure that we line it up before we slap it in there, because once it's in, she ain't moving. All right, so there's the first fan, and you can see, like, look how solid that is. That thing ain't moving. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think I need to use the zip ties. Now, the only concern that I have with kind of using this tape is that these machines can get over 80 degrees Celsius, which is really, really hot. I don't even know what that is in Fahrenheit, so I can't do that conversion. If one of you guys want to do the conversions of that, and huh? That funny? Use the table? What table? What? Almost called out, but work ethic doesn't allow me to mentally take a day off. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, business needs and such. Anyways, where was I? Yeah, so these machines can get pretty hot. So they I think they have an auto shut off somewhere around 80 degrees Celsius, and this tape is rated for 93 degrees Celsius. So I think, it's cutting it a little close, but it should be able to handle the heat. But if it doesn't, then I'll have to do something else. But so far, it's been okay in the first one that I did. So yeah. Oh, press the tape on the table? No, I did it on the wall of the actual miner itself. So the next one, I just got to make sure that I'm putting the fans in the right direction. So I just kind of mentally look at it before I before I get them in. So yeah. So we're gonna put it here. You see, that's the interesting question. Like, a lot of people, when they ask about crypto mining, um, they they think about it with a today's mindset, which, unfortunately, sometimes you have to be in a today's mindset when it comes to mining. But the only real way that you make money crypto mining is if you can afford to pay your expenses out of pocket. If you can afford to pay your electrical bill out of pocket and then never sell the crypto that you mine, then you're good. Like, I've been doing that, and year over year, like last year, all the crypto that I mined last year has gone up 100%. Like, that's wild to think about, right? So, like, let's say I broke even, right? The exact same amount of crypto that I mined was the exact same amount that my electrical bill was, right? It wasn't, but let's say that it was, right? All right. And then, the next year, everything that I mined last year, right? And I only mined for like 6 to 7 months of the year, I think, because when it got too hot last year, I shut it down. But now I got some exhaust fans going, and it's a little bit cooler, but it's still pretty hot in here. But so then everything is now worth 100% more. So now it's like I got free electrical last year and I made money. Like, that makes sense to me. So if I was just looking at it last year and I was mining exactly what my electrical bill was, then you're going to be like, oh, I'm not making anything. But that's because you have to sell to pay for your cost of running, right? If you don't have to do that, then crypto mining can be very profitable. It can be. Now, it can also be very unprofitable if you are heavily factored into risk. If you're mining a lot of meme coins and like all that kind of stuff. Now, for myself, I am Bitcoin maxi. So everything that I mine, doesn't matter what kind of machine it is, I have the pools automatically convert to Bitcoin for me. So even though this is a Dogecoin and Litecoin crypto miner, on the pool side, it's automatically converting anything that it mines into Bitcoin and paying me out in Bitcoin. Just because I like the stability in Bitcoin. If you look at the average of Bitcoin, over its 12 years, 13 years, 14 years in existence, whatever it is now, it averages somewhere around 30% a year. And they say if you can get over 10% in an investment, you're beating 95% of some of the best investment people in the world, right? So if all I got to do is stack Bitcoin and not think about it, and mine Bitcoin and not think about it to beat some of the best investors in the world, then to me that makes sense. It's passive. These things are like employees that don't take days off, they don't take sick days, they don't take lunches, they don't go to the washroom, they don't, you know what I mean? Like they just, you plug them in and they just go. Now, yeah, sometimes they'll go down, right? And they might have a bad fan, or I mean, there could be a bad circuit board, or there could be something, right? Of course there could be, right? But at the same time, they're not going to come with personal issues. Like that's the same as an employee. I don't know, like losing a finger at work or something. I don't know how you would account to it, but it's not as likely. But also, it doesn't come with all the personal problems, right? You just fix the part and you move on. So it really depends on. It depends. So plate or chaotic traits. Sorry, I gotta get used to your new name because you changed your name. It you don't want to automatically say what's the minimum investment. You have to understand kind of what you want your setup to look like. If you want, your setup to just be running on regular um, 15 amp outlets, then you're going to be looking for, what's the most efficient machine that can run on, a 15 amp outlet, right? These machines can run on 15 amp outlets, but I don't trust it, to be honest. So I put these on 30 amp outlets, right? So 240-volt, 30-volt outlets instead of 120 volt, 15 amp, right? Because these ones will pull about 1400 watts. Now, yes, they can run on a regular standard household outlet, but the problem is you always want to be within your 80% range. So the standard home household outlet is going to be 1800 watts, but you never want to exceed 20% of that capacity, right? That's going to be your whole breaker for that outlet. So you're going to have several outlets on that breaker, right? It's not just going to be one outlet on that breaker. Typically, some people do that, right? But typically it's more than one. So if you put this one machine on an outlet and you have another outlet somewhere that's on the same breaker, chances are you're going to trip that breaker, right? And if you don't trip that breaker and you're running it close to that 1800 watts max capacity, you could run a risk of a fire hazard, right? You could burn out the electrical socket and do a lot of things, right? So I would prefer not to be running an outlet so close to its electrical capacity. That's why I run these on 240. So if you're going to be looking at running it on a regular household outlet, I would probably look into, oh man, there's an Avalon Q that just came out and it's made by a company called Canon. And then there's I just got a little Dogecoin miner that's made by Canon as well too. It's called the Volk Miner Mini, and those are pretty good. Now you got to keep in mind these things will produce heat. They get hot. So you want to have good ventilation, right? You don't want to get into a situation where, you're mining and then you got to choose between um, being comfortable or mining crypto, because I'll tell you, for the last 5 years, I've chose not to be comfortable and just to have a very hot place of living and just cook myself, because I'd rather mine crypto because I'm nuts. So, oh, sorry, total costs. So, like I said, it's very expensive to get into. And for somebody who's not looking to go nuts into crypto mining, for most people, it will make sense. Did I put this? No, I didn't even put this in yet. Um, it will make more sense just to take the same amount of money and put it into the coin of your liking, if it's Bitcoin, if it's whatever, um, instead of buying a machine, right? Because you could get a quicker return on your investment by just buying the coin, right? But the reason that I do this, and I didn't know actually this fact until I got started, But running crypto miners at my house actually brought down the cost of electricity to my house. So there's a lot of fees on your electrical or utility bills, at least where I live. It might be different for you guys. But what I started finding out is the more electrical that I used is the less those fees were charged to me. So there's like taxes and rebates and all that kind of stuff. So the more that I used was bigger rebates that I started to get. So that my rate per like time of use was still the same, but my rebates grew. And because my rebates grew, my average time of use price or cost per kilowatt price, that went down significantly. So by running the crypto machines, essentially every other device that uses electricity in my house became cheaper to run because I was using more electricity. So once I started learning that, I was like, it's over. Like I will always be mining crypto in my house to make everything else that I use electricity for cheaper. So, and that's the interesting part. Like, look at your bills, right? Look for the most expensive bills that you have in electricity and look at the cheapest ones you have. Go over a year, right? And the interesting thing you're going to find is it doesn't always correspond with the amount of electricity you're using. It works with the rebates that these companies mess with your shit. I don't know how else to explain it, right? So if you use more, doesn't necessarily mean that your ratio is going to be that much higher than if you're using less, which is crazy, right? So yeah, let me just see here. We're going to get this like that. All right. Yeah, that's pretty solid. Oh shoot, I didn't put in the screen. That's the whole point that I was doing this. I wonder if I can still get the screen in on the other side. Give me 1 second here. I got to dry it off. I don't know if this is going to work. Yeah, like when you say fairly cheap, you're talking about less than 10 cents a kilowatt? Because if that's the prices you're getting, then you should be mining crypto. If you're getting less than 10 cents a kilowatt, then go for it. But you got to be careful with those rebates and those taxes and those things that they don't tell you about, right? So let's see. Can I put this in here somehow? Yeah, I think I'm just going to do that. That works. Doesn't fit completely flush, but it'll be better than nothing. All right, so then what we do is we are going to braid them together. So you get them nice and tight like a tiger. Yeah, 12 cents ain't bad. 12 cents ain't bad. Okay, so now let's get these installed. And they're going to look something like this. Sorry if you guys can't see what I'm doing. I'm just plugging in the fans into the control board here. And I can sometimes not be too gentle, and I've broken clips and all kinds of stuff, so I have to be very careful with how I plug these in. You know what? I'm going to lay this down flat so I don't break anything. Yeah, but 12 cents ain't bad, but you got to be careful. Don't go by their word, right? So if they say, yeah, we're charging you 12 cents, don't go by their word, because what you need to do is you need to look at your bill. And then from there, you need to calculate your actual what what it actually is, right? Because they can say 12 cents, but after taxes and rebates and all that kind of stuff, then you could be a lot higher, right? So you want your real cost per kilowatt. That's what you want. There we go. Yeah, it was much easier once I laid it down. Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, again, sorry if you guys can't see. I'm just trying not to break these pins. Yeah, that's not terrible. But the biggest thing is, so how do I say it? If you just want to like throw away a chunk of cash one time and then not think about it until you need it, hopefully, I usually tell people at least 4 years later. Like the chunk that you throw away needs to be a chunk that you don't need to touch for like 4 years, right? So if you got that, then just invest it into something. But if you got like passive and like an amount that you want to consecutively donate, then you can dollar cost average, or you could grab a chunk into a machine, and then that dollar cost average is really you just paying into your electrical bill for it to be a little higher. Now, some of the machines like the Volkminer Canon Volkminer Mini Pre, that's the one that I just bought. It's a small one, like maybe a quarter the size of this one. That one only uses 500 watts, but it's 500 watts 24/7, right? So that one is pretty consistent. But this one here uses 1400, right? So you're not going to see the 500-watt one that much on your electrical bill. You're probably not going to see it at all. Let me see if I have a cable here to get this plugged in and see if it's working. I think I might actually. They call this the Stoneman cable. I think this is a C13 to C19. Like, just to show you, it's a pretty beefy cable. The Stoneman, because it kind of looks like a stoned man, you know? All right, let me just get this plugged in and see if it's working. Now, the fans may not work. Oh, that's right. I can't plug it in here because I don't have these set up on Wi-Fi right now. So I'm not going to plug it in here. I'm just going to tighten all the screws, get it back into the garage, and then I can probably throw on like sharing my screen, and I can show you the specs and the stats on these. All right, let me just throw this back on its side and get the top piece on here. Okay, so speaking about that, Purge, I'm getting a lot more friends that are potentially in the process of getting scammed, crypto scammed. And lucky for them, they're talking to me first. So obviously, if something is too good to be true, it probably is too good to be true, unless it's just dollar cost averaging into Bitcoin. Then that's it's good and it's true, right? That's going to be pretty good for you. But I'm seeing people that are signing up to these no-name exchanges, and one of our friends, this unfortunately happened to them too. But they're signing up to these no-name exchanges, and they're promised, you know, if you put your money down for 15 days, for 30 days, for 45 days, that you'll get like 1% a day. Now, it's not an overly crazy amount, but if you think about it, if you did this consecutively for, A year, that's 365 days, right? So 365% on an investment in a year, yeah, something's not right there. So they need to chill. And then what they do is that, wow, what they do is then you put your money into these fake exchanges and then they just lock your access and take your money. So chances are they just put your money into a personal wallet. And then on these fake exchanges, it's just a text value that doesn't mean anything. So you're going to see that your amount is going up and it's going down, but that doesn't actually matter because your money is not in there. So be super careful. If it's not an exchange you don't know, and if it sounds too good to be true and you can't find any information on it on the internet, don't trust it. Like my friend, or actually it was a family member last weekend called me and he's like, hey, I was in a meeting with all these big shots and they have all this money and they're doing this, this, and this. And I said, that doesn't sound right. I'm going to talk to my cousin. And I was like, yep, that's not right. They're getting scammed and they don't know it. And, sometimes these people will believe it so much that there's no point in trying to convince them. So I said, don't even argue with them. Just say, thanks, I'm not interested, and move on, because they're probably not going to listen to you either. Oh, this is missing a screw on the top. All right, Chaotic. Good luck on your music career. Hope it's going good for you. Yeah, it's missing some screws on the top. I just seen that now. I wonder if they're screws or yeah, they're screws. I wonder where they went. All right. So that's done. So I'm going to run this to the garage and then I'll be right back. But if you have any questions, put them in the chat, and then once I come back, I'll deal with them. Yep. Oh, what are we having for dinner? Where's the salmon from?
That's
Costco?
Isn't that shark or something, or swordfish?
Oh, it is swordfish. Okay. That's dope. I guess we're having swordfish for dinner. Okay, let me go get this machine hooked up and then I'll be right back. Oh. Are you laughing at me? Oh.
You see me hold the swordfish up in the street.
All right, so I'm in the mining garage. It is pretty loud in here, so I apologize if you're having any difficulty hearing me. So when I plug these back in, I usually plug the Ethernet in first, and then I plug the power in after, because when the machine boots up, it usually starts looking for internet so that it can start the hashing process. So yeah, the other fans from the other machine are still holding up good, so we look okay. All right, so I have one more machine to do, but I'm not 100% sure on which machine it is. I got to check my list. So I have 163, 129, and 162. Let me check my list. My list is on my other computer. Yeah, I think it's pretty wild that you guys can hear me talking when I'm all the way in my garage, like nowhere close to anything. You know? I mean, if you guys are even still here, how have I been live streaming for an hour? I never understand how time flies like this. So, all right, give me 1 second here. Let me see if I can. Oh. Um, 162. Here, I'll flip the camera around so at least you guys can see me and not me just typing on a computer. All right. Oh, wow. All right. I guess maybe I should. Okay, hold on. I'm going to change this from an ultra wide to a standard, and then that should be a more standard frame. Okay. This is pool settings. This is number 5. So this one I don't need to work on. So it's all basically local IPs to find the machines on your local network. I run them all through Ethernet. So I use an application called Advanced IP Scanner. It shows me all the devices that are connected to the network. And then from there, you just put the IP address into your browser, and then it pulls up the information on them. I'll share my screen in a second. I just want to make sure that I grab the right ones. So we have let me open my browser here. New window. Ooh, it's a little muggy. So this is number 5. All right, so then 101. All right, what number is this one? This is number 3. I think this is the next one that I need to do. Yeah, this one's been up for 8 days. Okay, so that's number 3. Okay, hold on. So duplicate, and we're gonna find, what number was that? 101. And we have 162, so 129 is next. 129. Yeah, I'm just going through all my machines, logging in, seeing which ones I've changed and which ones still need to be changed. So this one is number 4. So this doesn't need to be changed because I got 5 of these machines, and the first 3 needed to be updated with the new fans, and the last 2, because I staggered them. Sometimes when they do these releases, if you order them for a few months out, you get a cheaper price. But if you want them right now, then they charge you a little bit more. So I stagger them out a little bit. Okay, hold on. This is 3. Okay, this is 101. So we need 163. Root. Okay, so what number is this? This is number 3. 5. This is 4. This is 3. How are you 3 again? Why does 3 have 2 IP addresses? What? Okay. One of them has 2 IP addresses for no reason. That's cool. Maybe because one is a wired IP address and one's not, but still doesn't make any sense. So we have 4.8 and 4.2. So I'll just change this to 4.8 and 4.2. Nope, I think that's the wrong number. 248. Yep, there we go. I'm sorry if I'm missing any comments. I'm just trying to get this lined up. I got one more crypto miner. Actually, this is the one that we just updated 5 minutes ago. So I could probably share my screen here. Give me 1 second so you guys can kind of see what it looks like. Cafe Express 150. What's that? I don't know what that is. Ugh. Sorry, I'm going to take a seat because I've been standing for a long time and I have a chair right here. So let me see if I can share my screen. I've never really did a live stream with YouTube's built-in live studio. Usually I use like OBS or StreamYard or Restream or something like that. Oh, what? This thing? This thing's dope. This thing's wicked. I'm probably going to start that up soon. Yeah, that thing is dope. So I don't know. Do you guys like frappes, or I don't know how you guys pronounce it, frappe or ice caps or cold brews or whatever, but we make like that's a slushy machine. So Ninja makes a slushy machine that's called the Ninja Slushy, and we can make like what do you call them? Wendy one, the Frosties. You can make Frosties with them. You can make milkshakes. You can make ice caps. You can make all kinds of stuff. It's pretty dope, especially for the hot muggy day. You can see I'm dripping in sweat here. Let's see. Share my screen. Oh my goodness, it's got tabs, windows. That's what I want. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, so what is going on here? Hold on. Let me maybe make this window a little bit bigger. Sense. All right, so this is what the dashboard of this crypto miner looks like. So you can see that, you know, the intake is 45 and then it's kicking out 7 degrees Celsius. So that's pretty high. But like I said, the tape that we used is good for 93 degrees Celsius. So, and then if I flip through like some of the other ones, like this has been going for like 11 days. It's 63 degrees Celsius. This one's been going for 11 days too, 63. This one's 71, been going for 9 days. So it doesn't look like it gets over 80. So we should be good on the tape. This is the one that we just installed. These are 5.3 gigahash models. You can see that it's pulling over 1,200 watts. But never trust the watts that it tells you here. It's always a little higher at the wall. So, yeah. That's pretty much what it looks like. So if you were to set this up, right, you'd go to your pool settings, and then you just have to enter these 3 fields here. You have to enter your pool URL, which is the mining pool that you're mining to, your worker name, which is your username, and then what identifies that machine. So if you know if it's not working well, then you know which machine it is, and then a password. So you can, you know, some pools have a password, some don't. I'm going to update that because I didn't have a password there. X is usually a standard password for a lot of these mining pools. So yeah, that's how simple it is. You just enter these 3. You know, the pool 2 and pool 3 are backup pools. So if something happens to the first one and your machine is still mining, then it's going to jump up to your backup pool so that it continues to make you money, right? So just because a pool goes down doesn't mean that your money has to go down. So you can, you know, diversify your pools that you're mining to. That's the cool part, right? But that's really as easy as it is. And then every once in a while, I'll show you guys if we go to their website. There's firmware. So every once in a while, you got to go into your firmware update and you just upload the zip file, click firmware update, and then you're good to go. Like that's really how easy it is. Huh? Disposable cups. Where?
He was asking about why it says Cafe Express on the top shelf.
Oh, I didn't even look that high. Yeah, those are just disposable cups, bro. Sometimes you have like people that come over, or like sometimes you're leaving the house and you just want to grab a disposable cup and go. Then, or like family members and friends will give them disposable cups when they leave, so they don't take like our expensive mugs and our expensive travel tumblers and stuff, right? But we actually take some of those in the camper with us too. So, yeah. Cafe Express. I thought you were talking about the slushy machine. Yeah. But yeah, that's how simple it is. That miner is all done. And I have one more to do. I should probably do it now. I'll go grab it. Oh, I got to figure out which one it was. That's why I did all that. Okay, so it is, that one's been up for a minute. This one's been up for 9 days, and this is number 3. So that makes sense. So number 3, 9 days. Actually, I want to see. Hold on a second here. I want to see the one that I set up yesterday and how it's doing. Yeah, looks like it's doing okay. What happened here? Something doesn't look right. I think I need to update the firmware. Looks like the machine just restarted. System log. I'm just checking the logs. The one that we just did looks like it just restarted. Well, it's back now. Strange. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. I probably just need to update the firmware, because the one that I did the day before, that one looks like it's working okay. You know what? I think I'm just going to update the firmware now. Give me 1 second here. What's the name of the firmware? Nope. Oh, I don't have it on this computer. Of course I don't. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm not going to mess with this yet. I'm going to mess with this in a bit. Okay, so let's go grab this one. This one has an IP at 101. 101. I hope I have enough tape left. Oh, yeah. I should have enough tape. Cafe Express. Yeah, we can. Well, we make something tasty, then we put it in it, right? Because they're just cups. They're just cups. They're just cups. So, yeah. But I might make an ice cap soon. Okay, let me go grab the other machine and get this over with. Just gonna run to the garage. So 101 is the number I'm looking for. Be right back. What's up? Welcome home.
Are you busy?
I was just working on the crypto miners.
Oh,
Bye.
you said you were live streaming, that's why I was like,
That's okay.
I'm gonna have to get some jerky.
Yeah, go for it, man.
You need help with anything?
No, I'm good.
Checking on him?
I'm trying to find one of them, but it's not making any sense yet.
One that I got downstairs?
No.
Oh, wait, no. I brought that up already.
Yeah. Got. Okay, I think I know the problem. I think one of them has 2 IP addresses for some reason, and it's not showing me the one that I'm looking for. It shouldn't have 2 IP addresses, but I'm like, which one is it? Hold on, guys. I got to figure out which one this is because it's giving me a little bit of. Yeah. 101. See, this 101, that's number 3. And number 3 had 2 IP addresses. 9 days and 10 minutes. That's what I'm looking for. 9 days and 10 minutes. Yeah, take as much as you want, man. 9 days, 10 minutes. Okay, cool. All right, I'm back in the garage. 21 hours. So I'm just looking at the uptime on the machines, trying to find the one that has 9 days. One day, 11 day. Okay, fine. That's not making a whole lot of sense. 11 days, 1 day. Okay. I got to get the IP address because this isn't making any sense to me. So one of the machines on the network has 2 different IP addresses for one machine, which is just not very kind. And it's not showing me the IP address that I'm looking for. So I know that it's not 242, 248, 101, 129, or 162, which means that it is 163, right? Because 163 is not one of the ones that I just listed. That means it is 163. So if I type in 163 here, that should be my number 363. Yep, 163. That's what we're looking for. Okay, process of elimination. Give me 1 second. Let me grab that machine. 163. One six three, 163, 163, 162, 129, 242. Process of elimination would make you 163. All right, found 163. Gonna usually when I disconnect them from mining, I pull the Ethernet cord first and then the power. Now, careful, you don't want to just open this up as soon as you unhook it. These still carry quite a bit of energy inside of them, right? These machines use a lot of electricity. Electricity can be dangerous. It can be very spicy, so stay safe. All right, here we go. I just ate, but I'm fat, and I can always think about eating something again after watching other tasty stuff. Make something tasty. Maybe I will. Maybe I will throw something on there because I am dying. I'm sweating like crazy, and I'm drinking coffee, so.
Want to bring a fan over?
No, I'll be fine. All right. I'll change this back to wide angle so that you guys got better of a view here. And then I'm kind of just letting this cool down a little bit. Actually, I'm gonna throw this back on its side. There we go. So the other two, the first two that I've done, I've opened before, but I haven't opened this one yet. And I mean, I don't open every machine that I work on, but the first two that I got had something come loose during shipping, and I was trying to troubleshoot it. It was actually the screen. So because the screen was loose, I actually thought that it was faulty, but that was not the case. It was just disconnected due to shipping, because sometimes the shipping people are not that gentle, especially when it's coming from China. Yeah, I ordered some flu. I ordered the flu from China. That's what I did. These are flu miners, and they mine the flu, the COVIDs. You get all the COVIDs from China. There we go. All right, take off this mesh, clean it off a bit. Just cleaning the mesh, and then I'll get to disassembling the machine. So just give me 1 second. All right. The appropriate answer to your question, Purge, is not often enough. So, I mean, it really depends on your environment, but I would say if you really want to be on top of your shit, clean your fans like once a month. I might do it like quarterly. So, or sometimes I just do them annually, which is terrible, but they work. They're good. Everything's fine. Cross his fingers, that kind of stuff. So yeah, so I think we're back on, widescreen. So you can see up here, or I'll point to it with the screwdriver so you can see this gray cable that you see going across. So the first two machines that I got, they were not properly connected to the inside here. And that's, if I pick up the camera here, that's where the screen is. So I thought that it was broken, but it was just a loose cable. Because when I like one of the machines was working and the other machine wasn't, and then I went through the whole process where I actually dismantled the whole machines and I swapped the power supplies from one machine to the other. And then I was like, oh, it's not a power supply problem. It was just the cable. So I went through all that for no reason. But at the same time, I got to take apart the machines and see how they work. So whoopee. All right, let's get these fans and start working on the tape here. And then all right. This is the last one that I got to do. And then I got to update the fans or the firmware. And then, yeah. All right. So I'm checking to see the length of the cables because the longest one goes on the bottom. And then the next one goes up top. And we're going to do it like that. Yep. %. Yeah. Like, it's very easy to get upset with a manufacturer. I mean, especially when they're going to tell me to install the fans after I get the device. Like, this should all have been done before, but whatever. They were a brand new company and it was a brand new model and they were still like, I guess, developing it while they were shipping it out. And with crypto mining, it's like the sooner that you can start mining with it is the sooner you can start making money. So if, the worst thing I got to do is install some fans after with some double-sided tape, then that's not really a big complaint. But it's easy to get upset with these companies, right? But we have to understand how much shit they go through trying to get these devices to us and how much shit these devices go through just getting to us. So it's a process. So taking them apart, just getting to know them a little bit better, being a little bit intimate with your machines can be a good thing, right? It can help your machines that are making you money last a long time. And you want your employees to be around for a long time, right? It's why, Purge can't call in sick today. It's how it goes, right? So just give me a second here. I'm going to peel off this double-sided tape and then stick the first one in. Yeah. I mean, sure. But to be honest, Purge, I ain't going to lie. I'm pretty lazy. So I probably won't do that. So don't now on my Bitcoin, because I actually have one Bitcoin miner that I've had running for like 2-3 years now. And that one has an 8-inch inline fan. Like, it's ducked right into the machine. I took off the original fans and then I ran an 8-inch inline fan directly into it. So there's that. And that thing, she blows. But at the same time, having a fan destroyed during shipment sucks even more. Yeah, the fans weren't destroyed during shipment. They just weren't there. So, I mean, I'd rather the fans not be there than be destroyed, if that makes sense. because a destroyed fan and plastic booting around inside the machine can get inside your heatsink and inside your power supply and all that kind of stuff. So I'd rather the fan not be there than be there and be destroyed, right? So yeah, there's that. All right, just getting the double-sided tape on these last two fans, and then I'm going to throw them back into the fire because it's hot in there. It is hot in the garage. All right, let's see if I can peel this off. So I gotta like pin it down and then peel it at the same time. Almost got it. There we go. Yeah, that looks good. All right, so now this one's in, that's solid. Same thing going in with this one. Yep, that one's good. I'm peeling it. I'm peeling it better than when I first started. We're good. We're getting somewhere. Good. The fans are facing the right way. I haven't put on a backwards fan yet, so I mean, there's success. Got to find your pockets of success. It's really nice that this double-sided tape is like the perfect width of the fans, right? So there's no cutting sideways. It's just really finding your length and then peeling it and then slapping it onto your case, and then you're good to go, right? So I'm going to get it. Everything's fine. There we go. See? Little determination, and then I figure it out. All right, so this one we're going to, whoops. We're going to put it like this. Oh, I did it again. I forgot to put in the mesh. So I'm just going to slap the mesh in the front like I did with the other ones. Yeah, this looks good. That looks good. That fits pretty good like that. So we're just going to throw the mesh right in here. Has anybody watched any good podcasts lately? Been watching a couple of Tucker Carlson podcasts lately. They've been pretty good. I can say that, I was never really watching Tucker Carlson when he was on the mainstream media, but I watch him a lot more now that he's got his own YouTube channel and his own network and stuff like that. I seem to like him a little bit better since he's gone independent. Yeah, that looks like it fits pretty good in there. The mesh, we look good. We look good. All right, now we're going to braid the cables. So just kind of, I mean, it's not the most perfect braid, but It's not the most perfect braid, but it works. And I think I like it better when I throw this back on its side when I'm connecting it. So let's do that real quick here. Sorry if you guys can't see, but I'm just going to get these fans connected. When you go independent, you get to say how you really feel. Do you, though? Do we ever get to say how we really feel? There we go. Sometimes all you really need is the right tool for the job. All right, let's put this one in here. Sorry if all you can see is my elbows, but just connecting the fan plugs to the control board. There we go. There's that one. And just one more to connect here. And then we're good. There we go. So, yeah, all done. Now, I should probably just tuck that in nice and neat. Get the case cover back on. Oh, this isn't the best tripod. I wish I could angle it better. The only way to angle it is to move the legs. I have a bigger tripod, but I don't want to use all that right now. Yeah, no, we don't. Exactly, Perch, right? We don't always get to say exactly how we feel. I mean, I'm not saying that we should, right? Sometimes we got to think before we talk, but there's always something. There's always a man that's controlling what you're saying some way, somehow, if it's internal, external, spiritual, material, physical, metaphysical, whatever. All right, let's get this back on. Make sure that's down. Why are you not fitting? What's your beef? It's having some beef right now. I'm not sure what its beef is, but we will figure it out. All right, that seems like its beef has been resolved. Oh. What is happening? I don't know why it's being not so kind right now. There. There we go. That looks good. All right, we're good. All right. I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole on this live stream here, Lou, but we are gonna get this case put back together, and that's what we're gonna do. So oh. And I did watch another crypto miner YouTuber install these fans, and the headache that he went through taking apart everything, trying to get into that front fan tray was it was not pleasant, to say the least. That's why it makes me appreciate good quality double-sided tape, because one, the company themselves told me to use, what did they say? Hot melted adhesive and zip ties, and not to put the fans inside the fan tray, which also doesn't make sense, but hey, that's what they said. So why was I going to go through all that trouble and disassemble that fan tray just to get the fans inside when the company's telling me to put them on the outside of the fan tray? I know that, you know, for some of you people that have OCD, it's not visually appealing to see fans on the outside of a fan tray, but sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. So all right, Diamond Dave, you take care. Thanks for coming by and hanging out with me while I change fans and crypto mining machines. So exciting. So exciting. You guys come through for the most exciting videos, I swear. But sometimes I just want to see what's up, what everyone's up to, what they're doing. And why won't this screw go straight in? That's pretty impressive. Yeah, and most on most of the machines, the fans are. What is happening with this thing? There we go. I think I got it here. Sometimes you just got to give it a little force. Yeah, I think I got it. Hope I got it. There we go. Yeah, got it. All right, so that's done. I'm probably going to go throw this machine back in the line. And then, I don't know. You guys still want to hang out? It's keeping me entertained at work, so thanks for the live stream. All right, cool. I mean, I could probably strap this thing on a chest mount and make. I was gonna make what do you call it? Ice caps. So let me go throw this in the garage, and then, babe, you want an ice cap?
Sure.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna throw this in the garage, get this plugged back in, and then I'll start on the ice caps. Wow. I'll change this back from an ultra wide to a standard. This the camera that's plugged in right now is not wireless, or I'd walk around the house with it. It's connected to the laptop with a USB cable. So I mean, if it was a little bit more wireless, then, and that's kind of the issue that I have with the camera, is that it's not 100% wireless. Like if I want to record videos, it's wireless, but if I want to live stream with it, it's a little bit more difficult. It's much easier to do it from a phone, right? And I think you guys were watching my live stream the other day when I was driving home, live streaming from my phone, and it overheated because it was wirelessly charging, right? So I'm trying to use cameras for cameras and phones for phones, but sometimes these smart devices that we have are just some of the best ones. All right, let me go throw this and get it plugged back in, and then I'll be right back and we'll make some ice caps. All right. And again, I plug in my Ethernet first, if you guys can hear me, and then I plug in my power next. PowerNXT domain cable. And here we go. It's booting. And then once I'm done the live stream, I'll do the firmware updates. But yeah, or maybe I'll do them now. It's on my other computer. Actually, I might be able to get it on this computer. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can update the firmwares really quickly. Just give me 1 second here. What's happening? Where's my laptop on? All right, let me see if I can just update the software quickly, then I'll do it. All right, save. In my downloads, save. So that one's done. This one, I'm pretty sure I need to update. Okay, hold on here. We're updating the firmware. And this one looks pretty good. What firmware does it have? 1.2. I'm not going to update this one yet. Okay. I'll come back to it in a second. All right, let me get the ingredients ready, and then we'll make ice caps. That's what you guys want to see. We're going to make some ice caps. Does any of you guys own the Ninja Slushie? So I was deciding between the Ninja Slushie, and they have the, I think it's called the Ninja Swirl or Ninja Soft Serve or whatever it's called, but they have an ice cream maker. So what I did is I got the slushie instead of the ice cream maker because I figured that I would want like frozen or cold beverages more than I would want ice cream, right? Like I can make probably healthier drinks than eating ice cream all the time. That's probably where I was going with that. So yeah. All right. Give me 1 second, and then I got to figure out how I'm going to do this, but we'll figure it out. Let me see. Did it finish the software update? I mean, I hope so. Okay. All right. So I think the easiest way to do this is going to be, because this is my mic meter. So I think I need to clip the mic meter to the actual laptop, and that's the mic transmitter. This is the action cam. I'm probably going to unplug the charger for the laptop so that there's less plugs going everywhere. And so I'll show you a little trick with these wireless transmitters. You should put them right in your beard. Right? Because then when you put your chest mount on, then it's not going to be fighting with it. Now, the cool thing is with these, right? So these ones, they have a little magnetic thing, right? So like if I didn't want to clip into my beard, or if you were not a manly man and you didn't have a manly beard, then you could use a magnet, right? Like you could stick it to the inside of your shirt. All right, let me get the mount on. Give me 1 second here. So see, there's your mount, and we need to get it off of this. There you go. All right, now we got to figure out how we're going to get the laptop with us over there. So I think I'm just going to put it right here for now and see how far we can get with this USB cable because it's pretty long. You still with me, Purge? So we'll do 1 cup. That's also a cup. All right, so usually when I'm making these mixes for the Ninja Slushy, I just grab like a coffee, what do you call these? A carafe? I think they're called a carafe or something like that, right? And then I start making all my mixes directly in here. So now it doesn't have to be hot water, but I get it to about 75, 80% full of water. Right, so now that we have that, then you can use any kind of coffee. Like you could brew your own coffee and then you can cool it and then do this. But this is specifically made for iced coffee, right? So you can actually add this to cold water. So I usually do about 4 or 5 spoonfuls of this per carafe. So there's 1, there's 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so there's 5 of that. Now, it is super important when you're doing the Ninja Slushy that you're using sugar. Because if you use any of the artificial sweeteners, something with them doesn't help the viscosity levels or the thickness of it go up. So you want to be using real sugar. So we're going to be looking for, with this amount and this mixture, somewhere around 12 to 13 tablespoons, whatever I have. This is not a super like thought out recipe. I just kind of go with the flow, but it usually works. So you're going to be doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we're going to try that. Now the machine will tell us if it doesn't have enough sugar. Like that's pretty crazy. The machine does tell us. Do a prank. What? No, I don't do pranks. No. Okay, so we've done that. You can add like a chocolate syrup to it or whatever you want from this point. Or you can just run it like this, where you just have the sugar and the coffee. And you also need, with this amount, you need about a cup of heavy cream. So I don't know if I can make it to, let's see. See the cable stretching? Oh, I can. Look at that. I actually made it all the way to the fridge. This is a long USB cable. Speaking of which, when you do it, if you like cold foam, there's also the cold foam that you can use, right? So you can use these if you like. Fave to use for what? Oh, wow. Sorry, 1 second. Got a little extended on that cam there. I don't know. I used to like the cold foams, but I think I like the cold foams more on hot coffee than I do on like cold drinks for some reason. So there's that. So you're gonna go with a heavy whipped. This is a heavy, not whipped. It's a heavy cream. So that's a heavy cream. So you can see that's 35%, right? Whipping cream. Yeah, whipping cream. Whip. And you can see as soon as we add that, you can see the color start to change, right? From that deep, deep coffee color. Give it a good mix. Try to get as much of that stuff together. If you got what do you call those things? I don't know what the hell the name of it is. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can. I gotta move with so many things in my hands because I don't have a wireless camera. This is ridiculous. All right, so let's see if I can. See if I could just do this. This is a frother, so I'm just using the frother to kind of get a good mixture going. Right. Now, usually I go a little too light on the sugar, and then we have a little bit of an issue with the Ninja saying, hey, you need to add more sugar so I can thicken it. Because if you don't add enough sugar, then it has to actually work harder to thicken it, and it can actually overheat and it might damage the machine. So there's that, right? So the machine is pretty straightforward. Actually, let me just move this stuff over because I can't see the chat. All right, let's see here. Yeah, it works okay. I kind of wish I had a handheld one again. Last one I had, I think I used it too much and it died. All right, so we're going to hit the on button. All right, so let me come down here a little bit so you can see it's got slush, spike slush. So if you're going to be spiking drinks, it's got the frappe, milkshake, and frozen juice. And then the rinse is when you're, obviously rinsing it when you're done. And this is kind of your coldness levels, right? But they're all preset. So if you look here, we're going to do the frappe, and it's already started, right? So let me know if you guys can see okay. So this is called the Ninja Slushy. And you saw all I did was just put the instant cold coffee in the water. I added some sugar and I added some whipping cream, 35%. And we're going to make a frappe or an ice cap. Comes in pretty clutch on these really, really muggy hot days. And you can see, hopefully you can see, but it filled it right to that max fill line. So we're using one of these carafes is pretty clutch. This is the Ninja Slushy. That's what it's called. Ninja Slushy. I don't know if it's got a name. Oh, yeah. So you probably can't see it. It just says Ninja there. It doesn't actually say slushy on it, but it's called the Ninja Slushy. That's what it's called. I'm just going to give it a little bit of a rinse, get some more of that sugar that's left on the bottom there. Not a whole lot of water because we're already at the max fill line, but I'm just trying to get a little bit of that sugar that's on the bottom there. Yeah, they're pretty dope, right? Like I said, I was deciding between, this is what happens when I can't sleep at night. I end up buying a gadget of some kind, and it's not, I mean, this one was a pretty clutch. I got it through Costco, and at the time they had a special deal going on where you got an $80 gift card. So that was pretty cool. It was pretty legal, pretty cool. All right, I'm probably going to take this camera off because it's going to take a minute for the, what do you call it? For the slushy to make, right? It takes about half an hour. If you want like really thicker things, then it can take an hour, 45 minutes. I've never really seen it go over an hour, but yeah, there's that. Let me just get this stuff. I don't know. What do you guys want to talk about? You guys want to talk about the camper van? You want to talk about the excursion that we're going to go on? The trip. I don't know. It depends on how many mushrooms you take. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can get this right. There we go. Is that okay? That's the good angle there? I don't know. I could probably take this off my beard so I don't look all crazy. I tell you, I didn't plan on live streaming when I got up this morning. All right, so here's the thing. We've gone on trips. We've gone on trips for like less than a week, like 4 or 5 days. And what I've found on short trips, we don't need to pack as much food because a lot of the short trips we're going to places that we haven't been to before. And I kind of like to check out some of the dope local cuisine places. I ain't gonna lie. So we'll usually do breakfast and we'll make something for breakfast, something small, usually have a coffee and whatever. And then we'll usually go all day until we have like a big meal. But on our trip that we're leaving in mid-July, it's not going to be feasible to do that. So we are going to have to be cooking probably for the most part, right? So the way we do it is that we have a vacuum sealer and we're going to pre-season and vacuum seal portioned out meat, right? So it's just the two of us. I'm just going to grab my coffee. 1 second. Oh. Yeah, so it's just the two of us, right? So my beard is all crazy today. Is that better? I don't know. I got to comb it. I got to brush it. It's a little unruly. Yeah, so where was I? Yeah, so it's just the two of us, right? So you don't need a whole lot of meat per meal. And to be honest, I eat mostly meat, not necessarily so many sides. So I don't really think about the sides. I'm terrible about that. Shay's usually better at the sides than I am. I'm just like, meat, feed me meat, and I'm good. That's all I think about. So we'll portion out and package it up. And then the cooler that I have is good for 7 days, right? So then the goal from that point on, once we run out of the food that's in the van, is we'll just go to a grocery store and then we'll season up more meat in the van, right? We'll package it out, right? And then we'll put it in freezer Ziploc bags. And then we'll fill up for another week. And every week, it's just like how you do at your house. You do grocery shopping every week, right? And then you portion it all out. And then you put it in the cooler. And then you're good to go, right? some of the other things, Shay for Father's Day got me like a, what do you call those things? Like a camping toilet. So it's like collapsible, and then collapsible shower. Yeah, so we make jerky. We make about 15 pounds a week. So I think I have some I can show you. Hold on. So yeah, see, we make about 15 pounds of beef jerky a week. So this is a good snack. I usually take this when I'm driving, and honestly, you eat a few pieces of this and you drink a glass of water, and you're good for a bit. Like these are good, and like you make it yourself, so you know what's in it. You know what I'm saying? And you can choose your flavors. Like, hold on, let me. So we have, this is a sweet and hot. This one's a prime rib seasoning. This is a prime steak seasoning, and this is a peppered. So I'll take out a piece of the sweet and hot, and I'll show you. Hold on. So we have a 20-gallon water reserve in the van. It's right above our sink. So you can see, like, that's like, it's pretty decent jerky. Like, I mean, I'm gonna eat a piece right now. I like it. Jerky's dope. I just like the idea of making your own reserves, right? Like, I ain't gonna lie, I'm a little bit of a tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy guy, and everything going on in the world doesn't help me. So I'm like, I always have this urge to be a prepping for the end of the world. I mean, a lot of people do it, and one day somebody's gonna be right. So yeah, so leave date as of now is going to be somewhere around, okay, for sure, it's going to be after July 13th, sometime after July 13th. I don't know when exactly, but it's going to be sometime after July 13th, I'm thinking, but it could be before, I don't know. And then so we got the portable toilet and shower, but a very commonly known trick is to get a gym membership. There's a lot of people who get gym memberships not for the gym. So our gym memberships are good for every province we're going to be traveling in. And that's 24 hours access to washrooms and showers. So, you know, the gyms are usually around more heavily populated areas. So when we get into a new province and we're exiting the highway in the main like city, then chances are there's going to be a gym there so we can freshen up. And then when we venture out to like the outskirts, then we'll have the water and the portable toilet and the portable shower that we have that we can use, right? Because no one's really going to bother us when we're like in no man's land. Like some of the places that we even stayed in Ontario here, there was no cell phone service. So the jerky is really good. Shay seasoned all of these ones here. She did an amazing job on them, but they taste really good. Well, that's what I've been trying to figure out, right? Like, I got a new mount for my phone in my car. So I think I'm going to try to vlog from my phone while I'm driving. I wanted to do it off of this camera, but it's a pain in the butt trying to do this thing wirelessly. So, I mean, I like how I'm doing it right now. I might be able to set it up with the long USB-C cable and do that. But to be honest, I'd rather do live streams than actual videos. So, but here, I'll show you some cool websites. You want to see some cool websites? That might need some more sugar. Give me 1 second here. Okay, hold on. There's two cool websites that if you ever want to go out traveling around that you can check out. I'm pulling them up and then I'll show you. So this website is called ioverlander.com. All right. Let me know if you guys can see it okay. Oh, what happened? All right. You guys can see this okay? Probably okay. So, like, let's say you're in, if I could type, New Jersey. Okay. That didn't work at all. New Jersey, was it New York? This is going to look for all different kinds of things like wild camping areas, hotels, propane, water, all kinds of stuff, right? But let's just take a look going down this waterway. Now, I have no idea where this is. I just picked a random place. And then what you want to do is you want to zoom in. And you can see this one says no. So it says no overnight camping in this area. So don't go there, right? But this one over here, it says that there's an old building with an abandoned parking lot next to it that's perfect for overnight camping. So if you're looking for places to kind of camp out free for the night or whatever, this is a really cool website. So you can go to more details and you can see all the people. And this one doesn't have photos. And the last time that someone commented was 2020. So you can't trust everything because things could have changed. So usually you kind of want, if you have time, check it out for sure. But you kind of want to find places that have some pictures or a little bit more recent reviews, right? So let me see if I can find one that's a good example. This person is literally saying that they got lost and they stayed at this field and they were fine. So hold on, let me see if I can find some better ones. There's a parking lot. So like people are telling you like the places that they slept overnight, like what the places look like. But I'm trying to find a place that has like pictures and stuff. Give me 1 second. I'll see if I can find something. This is literally somebody's house. Street parking on low traffic back area street right off Main Street. Good for smaller rigs under 30 feet long. No meters or overnight restrictions. The homestead is a nice view. Full 4G service. Very easy to access the downtown beacon right next to Classic Diner too. Like these people are just pulling up in this person's like front yard and just camping out. Like, I guess. But I've seen some people actually put their addresses on here and say, hey, text me and I'll let you know if there's availability in my like driveway, which is kind of cool. Oh, can I see? I need pictures. I want something with pictures so I can show you guys. Give me something in the last 3 months.
No, I'm not really seeing pictures. But yeah, this is a really cool website. What do you guys think? So we live close to Niagara Falls in Canada, and we're going to be traveling. Yeah, that website's dope. I'm telling you, right? And then we're going to be traveling up to Quebec. The most stressful part of the job, because we're staying within Canada, the most stressful part of the job is seriously just getting out of the Toronto area. The Toronto area is a nightmare. It takes like 10 hours just to get out of that traffic. It's insane. Because, like, think about it. Canada has like 40 million people in it, and like 12 million of them, or 10 million or something like that, is all in Ontario, and they're all in like 100-mile radius in Ontario. Like, it's insane. So we're going to travel here. I'll see if I can pull up a map. Well, I can probably use the same map. Hold on. All right. So we're up in Niagara Falls here, right? So you guys can see this okay? There's a Lake Ontario here. This jerky is really good. 100%, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, Ontario is so big going north that you can drive for more than 24 hours and still be in the same province. Like, you got to think about it. Canada is wider than the United States is longer. Like, we're pretty tall too, but a lot of the land up north is not habitable. Like, it's not nice. It's very spicy land. Oh, that jerky was so good. Okay, so you can see that we're probably, now this isn't like a for sure plan. We're kind of going to be winging it a bit, but because I have a little bit of an OCD issue and I get frustrated when I don't know a direction, I kind of have a general idea of which direction we're going because we're going from province to province. But once we get to those provinces, then we can go anywhere we want, right? And this is why I wanted to do like a month and a half, 2 months, so that we can spend time getting lost and spend time getting found, if that makes sense. Because there's a lot of cool places that we get to that we didn't even know existed. Like, we found a submarine like a couple weeks ago. Didn't even know that there was a submarine here that used to fight the Soviets or whatever. Okay, maybe I should lower this light. Wow, that was crazy. No, light is better when it is in front of me somehow. I don't know. I'm trying here. Let me get this a little higher. There. Yeah. Okay, so the submarine was big, but we didn't go in because it was only open on the weekend, so we couldn't go in. We were just driving through on a Thursday or something. Anyways, let me go back to the map so you guys can get a general idea. So, hold on. Let me deselect all so that. All right. So basically, we're going to be driving. Well, too far. Go back. All right. So the general drive is going to be kind of hugging Lake Ontario here, getting out of the city, and then driving towards Ottawa, right? And then this is what you call the Rideau Canal, I think, or the St. Lawrence. I believe this is the St. Lawrence here, right? The St. Lawrence is pretty beautiful. So we want to check out some more areas along the St. Lawrence. And then as we get up to Quebec, right, we can literally check out this whole area here. I don't even know. I have no idea. All I know is we're going to be going in this general direction. Probably want to check out some more of the St. Lawrence. And then we're going to get into New Brunswick here. And it's really like, who knows? I've only ever spent like what, 2 days in New Brunswick, and it was driving to Nova Scotia. We spent a night in New Brunswick, and driving back from Nova Scotia last year, we spent a night in New Brunswick. And like on the way back was the only time we spent maybe like 3 hours there. And we found a waterfall and this big huge dam, and like it was pretty cool. So we wanted to go back and spend some more time, right? And then the goal is to get to Nova Scotia around August 1st. So we're going to leave sometime after July 13th. Spend 2 weeks driving, like I showed you here, from Niagara Falls all the way up to Nova Scotia. We're going to spend 2 weeks. That means we're, finding places to sleep. We're checking out areas. We're taking our time, right? And we're really spending, a day in a couple cool areas as we go. And then get to Nova Scotia for around August 1st, because that's when Shay's vacation starts. And then we're going to spend 2 weeks in Nova Scotia, because that's where Shay is from. And she knows all the cool spots. And Nova Scotia is probably the coolest place that we're going to visit, to be honest. But we don't know, because I haven't really spent much time in the other places, right? But I really like Nova Scotia, and so does Shay. So we want to spend 2 weeks in Nova Scotia, and I have some friends to visit in Nova Scotia too. I have one of my good friends from grade 10 who lives out in Nova Scotia now. So I want to spend some time in Nova Scotia, and then we're going to move out to Newfoundland and Labrador and PEI. So we got to take a ferry to get across to those islands there, and then we're going to spend some time there. So if you look on the map, like, no, I'm not adding a place in the ocean. Calm down. Okay, so for some reason it zoomed in like crazy, but you can kind of see from this map isn't the best, but I'm just using it. So this is Newfoundland and Labrador, and most people describe it as just a giant rock. But this is all ocean here, right? So this is all ocean. Let's zoom out a little bit more, and you can see, oh, this map keeps tripping out. I don't know why it keeps doing this. All right, so you can see that right there, I think, is Iceland, and then up here is Greenland. I think that's the case. Yeah, Greenland is up here. So it would be pretty cool to see how north we can get, right? Like, oh, see, it needs more sugar. Well, give me 1 second. It's like, please, may I borrow a cup of sugar? Yeah, that's the name of it. Sorry, I always forget the name of it. Yeah, so it would be cool to see how north we can get, and just to like, because sometimes I know this is kind of nerdy or corny or whatever you want to call it, but like I'll go as far north or far extended that I can go, and then I'll pull out a map and take a screenshot and then show how far away I am from like Greenland or like Iceland or like Cleveland, or like if I'm across like one of the major lakes. And I'll send like Purge, I'll send you guys a message in the group chat, and I'll be like, look how close I am. So I okay, all right, I'm getting the sugar. This thing's yelling at me. Hold on. I mean, it's starting to look pretty decent, actually. Hold on. So you can't just add straight sugar to it. because it'll get stuck in the top trap. So you kind of have to just give it a little liquid and then give it a little swisheroo and then dump it in the top here, because then if you don't, then it's going to act stupid. Now I'm a little, oh no, I'm a little over the fill line. So hopefully I might pour a little bit out into a cup. And I know, I'm giving you more sugar. Give me a second. So angry. All right, so I'm probably gonna pour some in a cup because it's over. Yes, you're over your max fill line. Give me a second. It's throwing hissy fits. Wow, that was aggressive. Cool. Yeah. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I mean, it's just Purge. Purge is the only person in the live stream, right? Just Purge here. Nobody else is here. All right, so I only showed you one of the websites so far. Sorry, Shay was on a call, so I had to mute myself for a second. All right, let me show you the other website now. So you saw kind of like our game plan. So like if I was to look at that map again, so like we got, let's say 2 weeks. Okay, hold on. Let me zoom in a little bit more. So the first day is literally just going to be driving out of Toronto and getting to like Ottawa, Montreal area. And then we'll probably spend a night. We might even, like, we have the time, so we might even just hug this river right here. Maybe even spend a night somewhere like just past Kingston and then just past Cornwall. Oh man, this map is like so crazy. It jumps all over the place. I don't even know where it took me. I don't know what its problem is.
It might be overheating. It's pretty hot, but or is it too full?
I think it's too full.
Try draining a little bit out of it. You put it in my cup if you want to. There, that's fine. Now try now.
I added sugar, so it shouldn't be sugar. I added probably more sugar than I've ever added before, so definitely can't be the sugar problem.
It might have just been a little bit.
Hopefully.
Taste guys. I can taste the honey. You put honey in?
Nope.
Really?
No honey. That's straight sugar. Usually I do put honey.
I like it.
Usually I put honey for my honey. Okay. All right, Purge, I promised you another website, but I want to talk a little bit more about this trip before we get to the other website. So give me 1 second. All right. Oh yeah. We're gonna do some fishing. You have to renew your fishing license, babe? Yeah. All right. So yeah.
I mean, if I'm fishing at the ocean,
Yeah, there's different rules depending on where we are. If we're fishing in a lake, then we need to have a license. But if we're fishing the ocean, I mean, the ocean is the ocean. Right. Okay. So this is a hypothetical. This is not like exactly what's going to happen, but we drive from Niagara Falls. Let's say, for all intents and purposes, it's July 15th, and we have 15 days until the end of the month. We could stop somewhere around Kingston for a night, and then could stop somewhere around Montreal for another night. But like we have so many more nights because we don't have to be, well, you know what? So like there's Quebec and there's New Brunswick before we get to Nova Scotia. So, and we have 2 weeks. So we could do like 5-6 days in Quebec and 7 days in New Brunswick. Man, this jerky's so good. Purge, why did you have to remind me about this jerky? Now I can't stop eating it. Might as well just leave the bag open here because I'm just gonna keep eating it. My goodness. I don't know what I did, but clearly it doesn't like whatever I did to it.
Give it a couple minutes.
Okay.
Let it take a break.
Yeah. So like I said, we might spend 1 or 2 days still in Ontario, like Kingston, Ottawa area, and then spend like 4 or 5 days in Quebec, right? Because once we're in Quebec, I might want to see how, because look how high Quebec goes, right? Like look at the size of Quebec compared to the size of the United States. Like I don't know if you see the proportion of this. Like Quebec's height. Do you see what I'm saying? Like look how big. So Quebec starts. All it is Quebec. Like Quebec is the size of like 5 or 6 states at least. At least. You see what I'm saying? So it would be cool because like if I zoom out, how north can I drive? Like, can I drive all the way up here? I have no idea. I've never done it. But I want to try. So probably spend, like I said, about 5-ish days in Quebec and then move over to New Brunswick. New Brunswick is much smaller, right? And then there's Nova Scotia, and then wait, which one's PEI?
It's right here.
This little island is PEI. So do you think we need like a day or two on PEI, or like how long do you think we want to spend on PEI?
Yeah, PI is pretty small. We could probably do 2-3 days on PI.
Like look at the size difference. This island is Prince Edward Island, and then you saw the size of Quebec and Ontario, right? So like proportionally, we'll probably spend more days in the bigger provinces than the smaller ones. Just makes sense. But we don't have a set time frame or a timeline, so we can, wing it. If we like a place, we'll spend 2 nights. You know what I'm saying? Oh, what's above it? Oh, let me go back to the map. What's above Quebec? Like, look at the size of this. This is insane. Just keep going north, right? See, there's Greenland. So, like, all this is Quebec, and then there's Greenland there. So this is the St. Lawrence. Beautiful, beautiful area. So we definitely want to spend some time up here. All right, so this is Quebec. Yeah, like I don't think I can drive up there. And like Nunavut, that's a territory, it's not a province. And that's like you can't drive there. You got to take a plane. You can't drive. As far as I know, you can't drive there. But like look how close Greenland is. So yeah, like I was saying, it'll probably take us a day or two to get into Quebec because we might spend a couple nights getting through Ontario, just checking out some landscapes or whatever. And then maybe a week, depending on how north we can go. Right? Because I've never been to the Hudson Bay, I don't think, but can I go all the way to this tip? Can I go all the way to this tip? Like I'd like to check that stuff out, right? Baffin Bay. Labrador Sea. And I've never been to Newfoundland. Like I've driven through Quebec, but usually when I drive through Quebec, I stick to this line here. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse, but I just stick to here and get to New Brunswick and then drive to Nova Scotia. So I think what we're going to do is we'll travel. We'll probably go up. I don't know. Because we could do this so many different ways. That could be cool. Hey. Yeah, man, it's really good. I'm killing this whole bag right now.
What one you eating right now?
Sweet and hot.
Oh, man, it's all right. It's not my favorite one.
Well, I'm eating it because I know it's not your favorite, but I still like it.
The other two are like really good. The peppered one's probably my favorite, but the prime steak one's really good as well.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy how big Quebec is, eh?
Me?
Well, I'm just saying in general. Well, I'm like in general, yeah.
Yeah, it is pretty big.
Because I'm kind of thinking maybe because I want to see how far north I can drive, and then kind of come down through Newfoundland, PEI, and then end up in Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
Because usually we just go along this way, right?
Bottom part
Yeah.
right above the steak. Yeah, that's a lot of her done.
Right?
Yeah.
Like what's up there?
The furthest I think I've been is like Cape Breton for Nova Scotia.
Nova Scotia, yeah.
And then like Moncton probably, or Moncton, like furthest into New Brunswick I've gone. And like,
But not Newfoundland or
I don't even think I've ever been to Newfoundland.
No.
Yeah.
it's crazy.
It's good on top.
Yeah, man. If there's any, I don't know. Bottom
Thank
row.
you. Yeah, I'm waiting for Buddy to come pick up his lower, hopefully, and then go to the gym with him.
You got someone to buy it?
Yeah, looks like supposed to, but we'll see.
Greenland doesn't actually look like an ice block, does it? Like,
Yeah, Greenland's ice and Iceland's grass.
yeah, okay.
I don't know why, but
That makes sense.
who knows? Maybe it's the other way around.
That's crazy.
Right.
Okay, all right. So, the other website that I've been telling you guys about, what'd you do to the Ninja? You fixed it?
Yeah.
It's not on Frappe, though.
Nope. I put on a Sunday.
Okay. All right, let me show you this other website. All right, before I show you this other website, give me a random start point and an end point. Could be like a city to a city, a state to a state, something like that. Yeah, Quebec is the French side. And then once you cross over the French side, then you get to the Newfies, and they're Newfies. If you've ever met a Newfie in your life, then you'll understand. They're very interesting people. A lot of the Newfies that I met are very similar. They have their own dialect they talk in. All right, give me a start and end point, and then I'll show you the last website. Anything. That's 2 cities, 2 states. Okay. All right, so check us out. This next website is pretty crazy. So we're going to go from North Carolina to Quebec. 1 second. This website is called makemydrivefun.com, right? So you want to go from North Carolina to Quebec. Hit enter. Right? Here's your drive. Hey, what the heck? Okay, like that's my drive. That's cool. Why is it being dumb? Huh? Oh, here it goes. Sorry, it was taking a while because it's a long drive. So what it does here is that this website will plan stops for you along the way. So it's got some kind of redstone rocket replica. It's got rainbow scissors. Woohoo. Giant legs of Ricky Pierce. I'm sure Lou's been there. The grave of Senator Jeffries. And then you can kind of pick which ones you want to stop at and which ones you don't. But it's almost like a quick way of Googling some things in areas along the way, if you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying? Do you like that website? Oh, that's makemydrivefun.com.
Oh, okay, you told me what that was. Yeah, it's
Mhm.
kind of cool. Lots of some interesting places. Bert said the map doesn't show him the things.
You got to wait a minute because it takes a second to load all the stuff because it's doing like a giant Google search, right? Of all the different areas. So at first I thought it wasn't showing me anything either, but you got to give it like a minute and then it populates everything. So West Canada is pretty cool. I'll jump over to the map and I'll show you because Purge was asking what's in West Canada. So West Canada, if you flip your map this way, right? So I'm in Ontario. I'm all the way down, like here. I used to live in Calgary for a year, but British Columbia is beautiful. Alberta is beautiful. Saskatchewan's big and flat. Manitoba, I don't hear a lot about Manitoba or Saskatchewan, to be honest with you. But so like Vancouver's right above Washington, and then Calgary, Alberta, like that area is right above Montana. So you have the Rocky Mountains here, right? It's a beautiful area. It really is. So we're going to do that drive one day, just not this summer. I don't know when we're going to do that one. Prince George what? Is it not working for you? If I could type, that would be awesome. USA? What country is Prince George in? Is it BC? Okay, I'll take a look. That's a long drive.
How many hours?
I don't know. I'm looking it up and make my drive fun, not like MapQuest. That's a 44-hour drive. So I don't know if you want to do that drive, Purge, but that's a long drive. It would be a beautiful drive, though. I don't know. I think I'm going to end this live stream soon because I ain't really doing a whole lot except for eating jerky and looking at maps. I may start looking into a new insurance company for my car just to see if it's possible. I don't know who that is, Purge. No idea. Because I still would like to put a lift on my Grand Caravan, but my current insurance company said no. Yep. My current insurance company said they will not insure my vehicle if I put my lift on. So I got to call around and look for a new insurance company, which is kind of shitty. But if I can't do that, then I might look into just what is the biggest possible tires that I can put on a stock, non-lifted Grand Caravan. I might look into it. I'm not sure. I just want to know. Because I have a whole set of tires here that I can't use on my Grand Caravan unless it's lifted. And they're brand new. And like, if I'm going to be driving all the way up to Greenland or like the tip of Quebec or whatever, I don't know what I'm going to be driving through. So like, the electrical is supposed to be upgraded by the end of the month. Hopefully that goes well. I have to message my installer probably tonight and follow up. Oh, my laptop's dying. So really, it's just the electrical. Maybe a lift, but that's if I can find an insurance company. We'll have to see. Yeah, I have everything for the power upgrade. Like literally everything. And it was kind of like I took everything to like a car audio shop because you can't just, I mean, maybe you can show a mechanic and they might know, but I figured, car audio does a lot more electrical with vehicles. So this might be more in their wheelhouse. And the guy was like, you know what? I can do it, but you have to bring in all the parts and explain to me exactly how everything connects, or I got to charge you for my time to research everything and how it all connects together. And I was like, that's fair. So I had to research everything, figure out how it all connects together. But then one of my friends from high school, he actually does all the electrical for like ambulances and fire trucks and all that stuff. So I took it to him and I was like, this is what I want to do. Can you install it? And he was like, yeah. I was like, all right, cool. But he's got a full-time job too. So, and he's got a couple of jobs on the side that were already scheduled in. So we got to see when he has time. He says that he'll have time the last weekend of the month. I'm really hoping he does. So I really want to make sure that's done before we leave, because I feel like it'll save so much space because we won't necessarily need to bring the power station anymore. Like everything will be built in. And like the DC to DC charger pulls about 700 watts from the alternator. And then I have 400 watts in a solar blanket. That's like a weird question. Like, I know, like we want to just leave now. I mean, we can still go away for a couple nights. You want to go somewhere?
I always want to go somewhere.
Where do you want to go? You're like anywhere. I think Fluffy's back in Windsor. You're like, good for him. He was definitely funnier when he like was younger. Or maybe it's just that like we know his personality so much by now. You know what I mean? Oh wow.
I don't know. He's a bit creepy and like, I don't know. He's not always
Oh. So you guys can see how it's becoming more of a slushy content. Consistency, that's the word. Thanks. Can I zoom in? No, I can't zoom in. Of course I can't. Why would it let me zoom in? So like, here, I'll put a cup here. All right, so you can see. Oh, wow. I just made a big giant mess. That was awesome. Okay, so let's set this back up here. Oh, wow. Okay. That's not how you're supposed to Saskatchewan, but it was a good attempt because I don't even know if I could spell it right myself without some kind of autocorrect or spell check or something. I have no idea. Saskatchewan. On vacation time in 2 weeks, I'm trying to go visit and meet my birth mother. Yeah, I know you've been on that trip for a few weeks now. Or like, not like the trip, but you know, the trip of like finding out who your original family is. It's cool that they're welcoming of it, right? Wait a second. Is the stock market closed today for Juneteenth? Is it? Is it? Today's a day I didn't even look at the stock market, and I just realized, like mentally, I probably didn't look at it because it's Juneteenth. Like, is Juneteenth really that big in the States? Do you guys have like fireworks and stuff? Like, what do you guys do for Juneteenth? And is it only celebrated by like a certain ethnicity, like Cinco de Mayo, like Cinco de Mayo is celebrated by more than just the Mexicans, right? It's celebrated by the DEI agency, isn't it? Or ICE? Everything is closed? I don't understand it. That's crazy. That is odd. And they have to make sure that it's not on Fridays, right? So like, is it always a Thursday or is it always the 19th? And what happens if June 19th is on a Friday? Is it Juneteenth or is it Black Friday? I just have questions. I don't know. I'm from another country. All federal is closed. So they just want, okay. Is it like one of those things? Because we have that here too, where they just want another excuse for a federal holiday. Is it like one of them? Or did like people like fight for this day?
No, it's like the natives how they have truth and reconciliation day. Like,
Yeah, but did the natives fight for that day?
no, the government gave it to them.
Right, because the government wanted another day off.
Maybe.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, did people fight for Juneteenth, or the government just wanted to take another day off? I'm going to get canceled. During COVID, they made up blue hair and June 19th. I mean, the water makes the frogs gay. How are we going to season the swordfish? Do you know?
I'm gonna salt and pepper it, and I'm going to cook it in garlic lemon butter.
I wonder if Ninja has a recipe for the smoker. Can you smoke swordfish? I mean, you can probably smoke anything, right?
Yeah, you can grill it. You can smoke any kind of fish. You can probably look something up if you want to. It wouldn't take long. Probably like fucking 10 minutes.
It cooks fast. Yeah, I'm more of a beef guy. All I cook is beef. I don't really cook anything else, do I? I do some chicken. How should I season it? Lou says don't over season. I love seasoning food. It needs to have flavor.
Well, if you're gonna smoke it, I would probably just do like salt, pepper, and maybe some of the lemon pepper seasoning.
These are, what would you call these? Like cuts or
They're steaks.
swordfish steaks?
Yeah.
Okay.
A planner used to use the US keyboard layout for political reasons.
They're really making a stand. That's hilarious.
Canada issued their own security travel warnings for Americans.
Like to tell them to stay out?
Yeah.
That's cool. It's very legal. It's very cool. Okay, hold on a second here. Let's go over here. All right, so we're looking into Grok right now. Grok saying, what? Swordfish steak? It says, here, I'll zoom in so you guys can see. Oh, too far. Yo, swordfish steaks on the Ninja Woodfire Grill. That's going to be fire. Since you're aiming for high quality. What? See? This is why AI is not ready yet. It's saying that I'm trying to stream to TikTok at 1080p while I'm talking about swordfish steak. I guess you want your swordfish steak to look and taste epic for the creation. So it says, I'll give you tailored recipes and tips for cooking on your Ninja Woodfire Grill, optimized for juicy 145-degree perfection with vibes that'll pop on TikTok. Also, this is what it says. I'm reading what it says.
It's asking you to make a TikTok video of you doing it on the wood fire grill.
It is, yes.
Yeah, and then when you do, TikTok will no longer over it.
Yes. Yeah, yeah. So why should it's telling me why should I make a swordfish steak on the Ninja Woodfire? Texture and flavor. Swordfish is firm like steak, holds up on the grill without falling apart, absorbs marinades and marinades well for both flavors. Ninja Woodfire example. It's ideal for 1080p worthy grilling. Oh my goodness. Recipe. Here's the recipe. So third of a cup of olive oil, 2 teaspoons of fresh lemon juice, 6 to 8 garlic cloves minced, dried oregano, red pepper flakes, salt and black pepper, fresh parsley, and lemon wedges for serving. Pat the swordfish dry with paper towels in a bowl. Whisk olive oil, lemon juice, garlic, oregano, red pepper flakes, salt, and pepper. Place steaks in a Ziploc bag or dish. Pour marinade over it. Coat it well. And marinate for at least 15 minutes to an hour. You don't want to go over an hour because it will become mushy from the acid from the lemon. So you want to prep your Ninja Woodfire. You want to insert the grill grate, set the grill to max, and your time is going to be 8 minutes. Start preheating. Brush the grate with vegetable oil to prevent sticking. Grill. Remove the steaks from the marinade, letting excess drip off. Grill for 4 minutes. Close hood. Flips halfway through until internal temperature is 140. Always cook to internal temperatures and not time. Look for opaque, flaky flesh, like Lou, with slightly pink center. It'll cook through off the grill. So I think yes, it'll reach 145 while resting. So you want to take it off 140. That's right. Because it cooks very similar to a steak, because when you take steak off the grill, it continues to cook. Oh, now it's telling me how to film the TikTok. Film the sizzle when the steak hits the grill. Show the marinade prep with vibrant ingredients. End with fork flaking the juicy swordfish to show texture. Here's a different one. This is a grilled swordfish with tomato feta salsa. Keto friendly. Really? I like the first one.
I like that.
Well, this one we need avocado oil. Do we have avocado oil?
We don't have a couple of ingredients that you already mentioned.
Do we have feta?
Yeah.
Well, we could improvise. Yeah, we could improvise. Yeah, but it looks pretty easy to do it on the Ninja. Yeah, this looks pretty easy. Yeah. Go. Very cool. Yeah, I love my Ninja Woodfire grill. I used to have a Traeger before, and I don't miss it. I mean, Traegers are nice, but Ninjas are convenient, and the cook quality is really good. I get some good smoking from the Ninja Woodfire. What are you cooking on, Purge? Do you have a smoker, or are you using a regular propane, or are you using charcoal? Are you using wood pellets? What are you cooking with? Yeah, we have a cast iron too. In the van, we have a Ninja air fryer. We have the Ninja Crispy because it's small, it's compact. So that's really nice for when we're cooking in the van. But we also have a propane barbecue. But like, what do you smoke? Or do you barbecue? I had a nice grill, but I got tired of turning it on and off, so I threw it out. Like, what kind of grill was it? Was it charcoal? And like charcoal takes a little bit more prep, right? Well, I'm happy that you tossed it and not the wife. Yeah, see, this is it. Like the Ninja wood fire takes all of that stuff and just makes it more convenient. Like honestly, I think everyone should own something like the Ninja wood fire. It's super convenient. It's an electric grill, but it also takes wood pellets. So you get that nice authentic smoke and you get the convenience. You get that convenience from an electric grill, right? So you don't lose on any of the flavor. I can get a beautiful bark when I make ribs. I can get some really nice juicy steaks. I can get some nice chicken when I've done chicken on it. Like it's really nice. So the Ninja has two sizes. There's a little tiny one. Like it's super tiny. Like it's like this maybe like the width of maybe a laptop and a half. It's not that big. And like mine, I didn't buy it. It didn't come with a stand when I bought mine. So I just have a little table outside that I just throw it on. And then I move it if I need to move it. Like it's super convenient. It is really, really convenient. So this literally became slush. So you guys can see, like it's literally a slush. It became a slushy. So is that okay?
Thank you. Yes.
I want the Ninja, but need somewhere better to store it. Like honestly, I just leave mine outside. And it's super convenient because like look, there's the grill. Like look how easy it cleans. You know what I'm saying? I think it's dishwasher safe, but I always wash it by hand. But it's super convenient. It's the easiest grill that I've ever cleaned for a barbecue. I call it a barbecue, right? Like it's a barbecue. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hold on. I have both Ninja wood fires. I have the regular and I have the XL. So let me go grab the smaller one and I'll show you the size. Give me 1 second.
All right, so this is their smallest version that they make. I mean, it's not that big. This is a decent size. I have the bigger one too. But honestly, I like cooking on this one better. So I would check it out, right? I think the first time I went to go check out, maybe it was the Ninja Crispy, but I think I was in a Canadian Tire. Some retailers will allow you to open the box. And so you can actually get an idea of what it looks like. But like my knob broke, but it still works good. Still a great little machine. Still a great machine. Oh no. So that's pretty compact. And honestly, I don't think you're supposed to, but I've left this thing outside in rainstorms and it still works good. So what's going on, 619? I was adding some fans to some crypto miners, and then I started eating some beef jerky, talking about my road trip coming up. And then I decided to make ice caps. So made some ice caps, and we've just been hanging out in the kitchen. Purge was asking about barbecues, so I was showing him one of my smaller barbecues. What? Not quad generator? Huh? What is that? Naquata generator. Oh. Are you talking about that EcoFlow box?
Or were they talking about your new guy?
Well, that box says generator on it. How are they seeing the words on these boxes so clear? That camera must be really good. I think that's that box I need to throw out, but that's from an old power station. Oh, it's a Stargate thing. I was never a Stargate fan. I'm a Star Trek guy. I'm a Trekkie. I never really got into Star Wars or Stargate or I don't know, all that stuff. Never really got into it. Stargate. You and Lou will get along very well. Stargates are real. Stargate this and Stargate that. You people and your damn Stargates. Sorry if I'm making too much noise for you people. You people. I sometimes forget to clean out the grease trap of the barbecue. And now looks like a great time to do so because I'm looking at it and it bothers me. So
Yeah, that's lovely. Just we'll put that there like that. And I'll grab this like this. Sorry, give me 1 second, guys. You know you've been live streaming too long when you start to do household chores during your live stream. So what have you guys been up to today? Oh, you didn't see that? You were talking about the barbecue? That's a Ninja wood fire. That's the smaller one they make. Yeah, that's the Ninja wood fire. I really like cooking on that one. I know some of you guys have been asking me to make cooking videos, but like I ain't no chef. But I do like to smoke some beef ribs and steak and chicken. I do okay on chicken. I do okay. So we were thinking, kind of thinking to get 2 sets of e-scooters for when we're on our trip. And instead of driving around everywhere, we would kind of deploy the e-scooters and drive around the areas in the e-scooter. So I was trying to decide 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. 4 a.m. That's pretty early. That's an interesting time to start. 4 a.m. So yeah, I was looking at a whole bunch of e-scooters to get, and there was one that Segway is coming out with that looks pretty nice. So I'm hoping that we can get the Segways. It's the Segway F3 Pro Max Pro. I don't know. Amazon Flex is delivery, right? That's where you drive around and drop off Amazon packages. Can you use your own vehicle? Like when we order from Temu, I swear they show up in like little Honda Civics and stuff. It's crazy. So this is the ice cap that we made during the live stream. And we're washing down the homemade beef jerky that I've almost killed. Well, I mean, we got like 4 more bags in the back there, but. All right. I've been live streaming for 3.5 hours. I'm probably going to go now. Unless you guys got any other questions. But yeah, here, I'll show you the I'll show you the scooter that I was thinking about picking up. It's the Segway F3 Pro. All right, let's see. All right, let's share my screen. Window. All right, so this is the Segway 9Bot F3 Pro. That's what it looks like. So it's got a max speed of 20 miles an hour, 1200. That's a max peak wattage. I think it's 550 continuous. Maximum range of 44 miles. It's got 10-inch tubeless self-healing tires. So like we don't know the terrain that we're going to be staying at when we do our trip. So I think the 10-inch tubeless self-healing tires would be pretty clutch. And it looks like it's got a pretty decent suspension. It's got front hydraulic and rear elastometer suspension. So some kind of fancy ass suspension. It also has a place to put your AirTags or your like location devices. It has a light system, braking. It has signals. I mean, it looks like a really good device. Is it really? What? Can you guys not see me? Nothing?
There it is. Now can.
Okay, can you see me scrolling?
There's a bit of a lag, so hang on a second.
Using YouTube's own streaming software.
Yeah, now I can see.
Okay, so this is what the scooter looks like. Okay. See, 20 miles per hour. It's got a 24% max climbing slope, so that's really good. Usually you're seeing somewhere between 20 and 23 on some of the devices. Some of like the more powerful ones that are, you know, a couple $1,000s can do 25 and higher. It's got the front hydraulic and rear elastometer suspension, 44-mile range, the 10-inch tubeless self-healing tires. Just making sure you guys can still with me. You can still see. But now this, at least where I live, isn't released until next week. So this is what we're looking at getting. We wanted to go with an e-scooter to save space because it folds down relatively flat, at least the less room than a bicycle. So, and then I'm going to have like solar and I'm going to have my 2000 watt inverter. So it'll be easy to charge. Died. Died. Self-healing tires. See, it's got the blinkers on the side. There's your controls for the blinkers. They're high and low beam. So it's got an eco mode that tops out at 9 miles an hour, and that'll give you 44 miles range, or a sports mode, which tops out at 20 miles an hour and gives you 25-mile range. So if you want faster or if you want farther, that's kind of how you pick your mode. Now, apparently, you can get an external battery and slap it on this thing. And then on eco mode with the external battery, it'll give you 81.5 miles in range. And on sports mode, it'll give you 46.5. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that. I didn't know about the external batteries. That actually might be something cool because like we live, I don't know, it's probably something like let me see. I think we live, what's the thing here? 44. We live about 20 miles away from Niagara Falls. I think it's about that. So it'd be pretty cool to take an extra battery with us, go boot around Niagara Falls, and then slap on another battery and come home, right? Because like 20 miles away there and 20 miles back, yeah, you're within your range if you're using eco mode, but that doesn't give you any range to drive around at Niagara Falls, right? So it's got a pretty nice display. Autonomous unlocking. Pair the F3 Pro with the Segway mobility app to secure your e-kick scooter effortlessly by unlocking via Bluetooth. It even powers off automatically when folded. Activate and personalize locking distance in the Segway app. You can track it. It's got a battery management system. Like it's got real brakes. Like those are real brakes. Like this isn't a toy scooter. Like it's got like disc brakes. Like it's a car. Like it's mighty fine looking. Yeah, this is a pretty nice scooter. Automatic lights, 6-watt headlight, automatically turns off and on depending on, Look, I drive a 2013, 2014 Dodge, and they don't have automatic lights, but this scooter does. That's pretty silly. So those are the turn indicators there, and then your brake lights. I mean, that's pretty bright for a brake light. Oh, well, I mean, this is also their promotional advertisements. I have no idea because I can't find this scooter anywhere because it's not released until next week. It's also IPX6 water resistant. So you can ride it in the rain if you want to, I guess. But I mean, if you're riding and it starts to rain, like what do you do? In this case, you just keep on riding. Now just slow down, right? Enhanced locking convenience. The F3 Pro features a dedicated front rim lock at the base of the stem, making it easier to chain or U-lock. Style your ride. Oh my goodness. I did not know they had accessories. Look at all the accessories for this thing. That's crazy. You could turn this thing into like a whole mobility scooter. That's crazy. You got a whole seat with cargo. You got a cargo rack, a phone holder, a basket. Huh? Right? I didn't know it had all this. But obviously you got to buy it separately, right? And then this piece here, can you see my mouse? No? So the piece that's under the stem behind the front wheel is another battery you can slap on. So you can double the range. This is pretty cool. Oh, rear view mirrors. Yo, this is a mobility scooter. Wow. That's pretty impressive.
But to be real, like how costly are those accessories?
Well, this model's a Best Buy exclusive, so maybe there's discounts on the accessories too. I mean, not for you guys. Sorry. So here are some of the specs here. So, yeah, I ain't trying to like not be realistic, but the max payload was really important to me. And this bike or this e-scooter goes up to 265 pounds. Like, I want to lose some weight, but we ain't there yet. So I had to get something that was going to carry my fat ass
See,
with a backpack.
no one hear it.
Oh shit. Right? So like if I was to carry a backpack with an extra battery on it, right? Then I want to make sure that I can carry it and then I can slap on the extra battery if I wanted to, or for carrying anything, or like my drones and like whatever, right? Because I have a backpack that holds a 1 kilowatt power station. So it's like I could carry a power station if I don't have the extra battery. Oh, I wonder if they talk about charge times on here. Let's see. Hello. It says that the word charge is somewhere on this website, but I don't see it. Maybe it's further down. Oh, has been tested. Do not charge the product. So they don't tell you about charge times. They just say do not charge some bullshit. I don't know. Yeah, but this is a pretty dope scooter. Obviously, the one that we're buying isn't going to be coming with all the accessories. Like, it's not going to come with the seat. It's not going to come with the extra battery. It's not going to come with the rack. It's not going to come with your phone holder and like all this stuff. At least I don't think so. I wonder if it comes with anything. Like, what does it come with? Okay, let me click this. And then does it have a place to click on what comes with? I don't know, but that's pretty dope. Yeah, you're gonna need that seat. But I think that's a good question that I have in my head. I think my drone could follow me at max speed. I think. Not at the 25 miles an hour max speed. Let me see. Now I'm curious. Oh, that's close. So it can do. No, hold on. That's the wrong drone. Oh, because I didn't. Did I type that in? Oh. Oh, my drone can actively follow me at 27 miles an hour. So I could go full tilt on this thing and the drone could follow wherever I go. That's actually pretty sweet. That works very well. The seats? Yeah, we need the seats, right, baby?
No, I mean like scooters.
Yeah, we're not going to go on one scooter. We're going to have to buy 2 scooters. Yeah. And this is another reason why I'm going to look into putting the hitch on the van.
We still have to save money to actually go away with, you know, though.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is a nice scooter. I don't know. Let me see if I can Google if it's out in the States yet. I don't know if it's out in the States. Segway F3 Pro release date USA. It says that it's exclusively for Canada, but that's the pro model. So there's like the non-pro model. Should be out already in the States. So this is the non-pro model on Amazon. Of course, it's not going to give me a price or anything because I'm not in the United States. So there's that. And as far as I'm aware, there's not a huge difference between the pro and the non-pro. That's a good question too. Versus F3, what is the differences? F3 Pro and F3, here we go. Okay, so all right, let's see what the differences are. So peak power on the Pro is 200 watts more. Pro is better at hills. And I think they both have regenerative braking. So weight-wise, the non-Pro is a little lighter. Same wheels, same tires, same suspension, same top speed, but that peak power motor is the difference. So I think it's 550 continuous wattage on the Pro, and I think it's 500 or 450 on the regular. I could be wrong, but where you're losing, so it will have the same capacity, it will have the same top speed, but it has a little bit less like oomph or torque on on hills, right? Because the motor is not getting that extra 200 watts. Charge time, 8 hours is a little long, but I mean, like, I don't think without that seat, we're going to be doing the full, 44 miles in range. Like that's a little nuts. So I don't think we're going to be like killing it in one go. And if we do, like that's 5-6 hours of riding. Wherever we die, we should charge it. So I'll strap my solar blanket to my back and just go. Yeah, same battery size. Yeah, everything's pretty much the same. It's just that it's a slightly smaller motor. But I'm curious if all the accessories work for both. Because I think it's the exact same e-scooter, but just a slightly smaller motor. So I wonder if it's the same frame. Yeah, the Bird scooters were nice. I think they did a lot of commercial deals. Sorry, I was missing all the comments. You're scared of what? The e-scooters? How much are they? So here's the thing. There was a pre-order. Did you say you're scared of the e-scooters, baby?
Yeah.
Why? You're going to have so much fun? I'm going to have so much fun. You're gonna have so much fun with me. Yeah. So in Canadian, and I'll try to convert mentally to US for you people. Um, it was a regular or normal price of 1,300, and that's about 1,000 US. But a month ago, there was a pre-order for $500 off. So they were like 500 US for the pre-order. So I don't know. But like Purse, think about it. Like if you worked less than 20 miles away from your house, you don't need car insurance, you don't need gas. You know what I'm saying? Like you could just jump on one of these things, slap a goofy ass helmet on your head, and off you go to work. You know how much money you would save in a year? And like I said, on sale, these are going to be going for or have been going for about 500 US. Regular price is about 1,000. But I don't think that they're going to stay at 1,000. I think that they're going to bring down the price. It's not. It's not. It's not at all. Just chill out. Look, I've seen regular bicycles more expensive than 500 US. Okay? They don't even have streamers. This is a good scooter. Like I would check it out. And look, the reason, yes, there are cheaper scooters I could have went with for sure. But Segway is one of the biggest brands, and there's a big aftermarket availability. What'll go down in 6 months? Segway's been around for. They're like one of the leading. They are the leading company when it comes to e-scooters. When it comes to like actual brand recognition. Go down in 6 months. You nuts. You crazy. Actually, I'm curious about the battery chemistry. Like what kind of batteries are they? Segway F3 Pro battery cycle count. That's a good question. It says lithium ion. Oh, whatever. And so 1,000 cycles, you'll probably get at least 5 years out of them. So 1,000 charges is like full to dead, right? So if that was every day for like 3.5 years, that would kill your battery. But you're not like riding it every day. We're not going to be riding it every day. So these batteries will probably last us over 5 years. That's what I'm going to go with. Yeah. So that's what we're going with there. How's the 619? How's the battery life on your bird? Like how did it have you seen how long have you had it, and have you seen any degradation on the battery? Because I think they're lithium ion and not lithium iron phosphate. So they obviously don't have as long of battery life as the lithium iron phosphate does. I'm taking off the lens on this. I'm just curious if you guys will notice a difference in the quality if I remove the lens. Is there a difference in the quality because I removed the lens? Probably not. Mongoose with pegs. It's not working. No. All right. This stream is ending in 5 minutes. So if you have any questions about anything, let me know now, because that'll be 4 hours. This live stream will be going for 4 hours. Like, what did I literally just sat here for 4 hours playing with my crypto miners, eating beef jerky, drinking my ice cap, showing you my barbecue that's sitting there on the floor that I probably have to move because it's a tripping hazard, and talking about a scooter that we really, 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 really need to buy. It's decent, like 45 minutes stock, but I have an external battery, so it's like 90 minutes. That's good. But I mean, like, was it 45 minutes from day one, or is it 45 minutes now? And is it 45 minutes no matter for both or whatever? Yeah, it's like yeah. So have you seen a degradation on the battery for being 6 to 8 years old? That's a long time for battery chemistry and battery life. Like even just sitting without being used, those batteries usually would be dead. So like when you first got it, like 6 years ago, did you get 45 minutes out of it? Probably longer, right? Because 45 minutes ain't that long. But I mean, the batteries back then weren't as good either. So I mean, that could have been stock at the time. How long did the battery last when you first got it? That's what I want to know. Yes, so any donations, as Title Treasure says, will be going towards our new e-scooters and gas money, and the electrical upgrade on the vehicle. Yes. And food and life. We plan on being homeless and living out of a camper van for a month. Womp, womp, womp. What? Maybe like an hour. ES4 800. That's the model number. So, okay. So that's what they usually say. So after a certain amount of cycles, you drop down to about 80%. So it sounds like you've dropped down to your 80% from an hour to 45 minutes. I would say that's about an 80%, 70%. They only cost $70 now. That's crazy. But like we're saying that some of the newer ones will go for like hours, right? Like 5, 6 hours versus like 6 years ago when they would only go for one. All right. So you got the 2-minute warning, and then that's it. This live stream is over. You guys are going to have to figure out something else to do with your lives, especially you, Purge. Womp, 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 womp. Yeah, this little action camera does pretty good on a webcam. I've seen scooter nowadays on the freeway going, yeah, it's nuts, right? Like very illegal, but very cool, but also very illegal because most jurisdictions have like a 20, 25 mile an hour cap. And then if you go over that on a mobile vehicle, it needs to be registered, right? But a lot of these people are not registering their e-scooter that's doing 60 miles an hour, and they're not doing it, right? But it's also not an easy process. So I don't know. There's going to be a lot of laws probably going into it as more and more people get into it because the technology is so good now and we're driving less than we used to as a society, like personally as a society, which I mean by a lot of people live closer to work or they're working more remote, or if they're traveling, they're not driving themselves. They're in trains, they're in buses, they have Ubers, they have Lyft, they have all these kinds of stuff. So with people driving less further, it just makes sense to go the electrical route, because now, for the first time since the creation of e-mobility, the batteries and the devices are good enough to go for a decent range, right? Like for less than $1,000, you can get e-bikes and e-scooters that do 50-mile range, 25 miles there, 25 miles back. And if you can charge when you get there, then that you're going to double your daily time. But also, it takes a little longer, but it can save you money on gas. But you got to be safe. You got to do what you got to do. I wouldn't upgrade that scooter in the sense of upgrading like the power and like that kind of stuff. I probably would buy the accessories, and I would want to make sure like I got the extra battery, because it's super convenient to, when one dies, just slap a fully charged battery on it, right? Especially because a battery takes 8 hours to charge. So like if you drive 5-6 hours on this thing, which that would be a long day and your knees would probably hate you, but then you come back and you can slap another fully charged battery and off you go, right? You don't have to wait the 8 hours. All right, guys, that marks the end of the live stream. If you have any more comments or questions, leave them in the comment section down below. And I will see you guys on the next one. Stay tuned for what's up next. Peace.